Hey, it's me again, your best friend. Accidentally launching the wrong fucking thing. I meant to launch the script extender, not the thing directly. I installed some more mods since I last played. Let's play more of game as you humans do. Us Silvicorns do not know. I'm pulling out a gun. The fuck was that?
Robco Industries was to computers and robotics what Poseidon Energy was to the energy sector. Founded by Robert House in 2042, became one of the most influential and profitable corporations on the face of the planet within 5 years. By 2077, it was omnipresent, with its operating systems and software present in every computer in the United States, and its vast catalog of robotics used by both civilian and military clients. Collaboration with General Atomics birthed Liberty Prime and a vastly upgraded Mr. Handy, while Robco's own line of iBots, Assaultrons, Protectrons, and the mighty Sentry bots ensured the company had more money than it knew what to do with. When it partnered up with Vault-Tec, winning the bid for delivering personal information processors for Vault Dwellers, its profits increased even more dramatically, with Pip-Boy 2000 and 3000 series setting the golden standard for personal computing for the remainder of the back wind. It goes without saying that Robco did not play fair. A combination of aggressive expansion, ruthless takeovers, and a pinch of diplomacy put it on the pedestal.
Was that the end of it?
Robco Industries was to computers and robotics what Poseidon Energy was to the energy sector. Founded by Robert House in 2042, became one of the most influential and profitable corporations on the face of the planet within 5 years. By 2077, it was omnipresent, with its operating systems and software present in every computer in the United States, and its vast catalog of robotics used by both civilian and military clients. Collaboration with General Atomics birthed Liberty Prime and a vastly upgraded Mr. Handy, while Robco's own line of iBots, Assaultrons, Protectrons, and the mighty Sentry bots ensured the company had more money than it knew what to do with. When it partnered up with Vault-Tec, winning the bid for delivering personal information processors for Vault Dwellers, its profits increased even more dramatically,
I guess I gotta be looking at it for it to play automatically.
Robco Industries was to computers and robotics what Poseidon Energy was to the energy sector. Founded by Robert House in 2042, became one of the most influential and profitable corporations on the face of the planet within 5 years. By 2077, it was omnipresent, with its operating systems and software present in every computer in the United States, and its vast catalog of robotics used by both civilian and military clients. Collaboration with General Atomics birthed Liberty Prime and a vastly upgraded Mr. Handy, while Robco's own line of iBots, Assaultrons, Protectrons, and the mighty Sentry bots ensured the company had more money than it knew what to do with. When it partnered up with Vault-Tec, winning the bid for delivering personal information processors for Vault Dwellers, its profits increased even more dramatically, with Pip-Boy 2000 and 3000 series setting the golden standard for personal computing for the remainder of the back when. It goes without saying that Robco did not play fair. A combination of aggressive expansion, ruthless takeovers, and a pinch of diplomacy put it on the pedestal. And if anyone raised a stink, well, they'd first have to figure out how to tackle a corporate giant and its deliberately Byzantine structure.
Byzantine? Is that the word we're teaching our kids these days?
One of the most influential corporations before the Great War, Vault-Tec would never have risen to prominence if it wasn't for the nuclear scare that swept the nation all the way back to the 2050s. As the resource wars began, the U.S. government started Project Safehouse in 2054. It was the single largest national defense project in American history. Vault-Tec won the bid with a demonstration vault beneath Los Angeles. The government contracted the Californian company to build 122 vaults spread across the nation. The construction would span the next 2 decades, if not more. One of the most influential corporations before the Great War, Vault-Tec would never have risen to prominence if it wasn't for the nuclear scare that swept the nation all the way back in the 2050s. As the resource wars began, the U.S. government started Project Safehouse in 2054. It was the single largest national defense project in American history. Vault-Tec won the bid with a demonstration vault beneath Los Angeles. The government contracted the Californian company to build 122 vaults spread across the nation. The construction would span the next 2 decades, if not more, resulting in the creation of a network where each vault could house from dozens to as much as 500 occupants. Now, for a population of 400 million, that was far, far too little. The reason behind this is simple. The vaults were not meant to save people, at least not on a large scale. The military-industrial complex controlling the government, which Vault-Tec was a part of as a strategic contractor, devised them as part of a social experiment to test humans in a variety of unique situations ranging from stressful to lethal. Only 17 vaults performed as advertised. Why did Vault-Tec do that? Nobody knows. Was it satisfying someone's idle curiosity in the most sinister way possible? A way to obtain data to optimize conditions for space travel? Something else? It's been over 2 centuries, and we still don't know why Vault-Tec and its masters chose to sacrifice so many. rocket ship on the roof of a building can only mean one thing: a red rocket filling station. The space age might be 200 years out of fashion now, but the stations still remain. Red Rocket was one of the largest gas station networks across the United States. As gas started to become prohibitively expensive as a result of the resource wars and the drying up of oil fields across America, it focused on the alternative solutions engineered by Chrysler and other automotive companies. Instead of gas, it started selling uranium slugs for atomic engines, power for battery-powered cars, and coolants of various types for both. Stations proliferated across the United States, allowing drivers to refuel, repair, and grab a bite all at one place. If a driver didn't need service, just fuel, they could always swing by one of the many fully automated refueling stations. For us, the stations are mostly landmarks and sturdy shelter now, though one still unlooted by scavengers can be a treasure trove, especially if you find gas or coolant there, which any community with a generator will thank you for. You can tell a lot about a civilization by the pets they keep. When human populations are nomadic, dogs are of better use. For this reason, the wasteland wanderer is more likely to have a dog as an animal companion than a cat, since one is clearly better at holding the mirelurks at bay, though most canine breeds remain largely unmutated in the wasteland. Mutant varieties are prevalent. Radiation has given us sickly-looking mongrels, and the forced evolutionary virus gave birth to mutant hounds, who can communicate verbally with their super mutant masters. Pre-war scientists on the West Coast decided they would try to improve on man's best friend as well. You can find cyber dogs in New California, unfortunate animals caught up in mankind's wild pursuit of improving on nature. The automotive industry in the United States was hit particularly hard by the resource crisis, as traffic across the world ground to a halt. The result of the depleting stocks of crude oil became simply too precious to waste on automobiles. Every ton burned in combustion engines was a ton not used to make vital plastics, medicine, and agricultural fertilizers. Everything that an oil-dependent economy needed to survive. Alternatives like electric cars or mounting fission reactors to cars were explored, but weren't enough to make the traffic move again, until the introduction of reliable fusion technology in 2066. The starving consumer market pounced on these designs, primarily produced by Chrysler. Numerous makes and designs entered the market, including station wagons, coupes, limousines, motorcycles, microcars, and more. The price tags might have been prohibitive, but that didn't stop America from gobbling them all up and coming back for seconds. Mankind is a clever species, especially when it comes to war. Pipe guns and other improvised firearms are an example of our ingenuity. Engineering tools for killing in the absence of professionally made ones. Zip guns and other firearms of this type were a plague in the pre-war United States, particularly among the street gangs of Detroit. The nuclear war did nothing to dampen our enthusiasm for killing or engineering the tools to do it. Modern pipe guns are far more versatile and capable than their pre-war ancestors and represent some of the most versatile weapons on the market, enough to suit even the greatest of gun nuts. Although crude, pipe guns of our time can accept almost any conventional caliber, from the .38 caliber to the mighty .50 caliber, can be outfitted with a wide variety of optics and are cheaply manufactured by almost anyone with rudimentary machining skills. resource crisis deepened, the United States' ability to deploy mechanized divisions eroded, spurring the development of technologies that would allow mechanized cavalry units to retain combat capability. Power armor started development in 2065, eventually becoming one of the greatest inventions of the pre-war world. Research, development, and countless failures paved the way for tremendous advances in military sciences, construction, and of course, nuclear fusion. As impressive as it might be, the 10mm auto was the favorite ammunition of United States uniformed services before the Great War. From policemen to generals, various models of the 10mm pistol were used in service, including the rugged Colt 6520, militarized N80 and N99, and finally, this universal combat pistol. Its design maximizes versatility and utility, allowing a single unit to be converted with ease from a powerful semi-automatic sidearm into a compact, yet controllable submachine gun, both capable of mounting a broad variety of optics and muzzle attachments. The 10mm auto was the favorite ammunition of United States uniformed services before the Great War. From policemen to generals, various models of the 10mm pistol were used in service, including the rugged Colt 6520, militarized N80 and N99, and finally, this universal combat pistol. Its design maximizes versatility and utility, allowing a single unit to be converted with ease from a powerful semi-automatic sidearm into a compact, yet controllable submachine gun, both capable of mounting a broad variety of optics and muzzle attachments. As the resource crisis deepened, the United States' ability to deploy mechanized divisions eroded, spurring the development of technologies that would allow mechanized cavalry units to retain combat capability. Power armor started development in 2065, eventually becoming one of the greatest inventions of the pre-war world. Research, development, and countless failures paved the way for tremendous advances in military sciences, construction, and of course, nuclear fusion. As impressive as it might be, power armor could never hope to replace armored vehicles. It's the very first lesson we impart to initiates starting their training, who think they can wade into enemy fire and shrug off all but the heaviest blows like a tank. You are not a tank. Power armor was designed for its offensive capabilities. The frame, not the armor, is what makes it special, giving you the ability to carry heavy weapons into combat with ease. Protection from small arms is just a nice byproduct. Take an armor-piercing round, and nobody will be keen on cleaning your power armor once you're poured out of it. The pre-war American military needed to get their troops somewhere fast. There was no better land vehicle than the infantry fighting vehicle. Not to be confused with an ordinary armored personnel carrier. This six-wheeled beauty is not just armored, but also armed. With an autonomous 105mm turreted gun on top, and not one, but two 76mm ball-mounted guns in the front, it could lay down some heavy fire support. The troop section could carry 6 regular troops and 2 power-armored units. You can see why these more than proved themselves in the field. Not just as transports either, as they could act as ambulances or decontamination vehicles with the right equipment. These days, they are little more than shelter and convenient storage points for ammo and medical supplies. So keep an eye out should you find one of these rusty transports in the way. You're sure to find something useful. Failing that, the armored shell makes it an excellent choice of cover. cross a dead Brahmin in the wasteland, riddled with oversized sting marks, beware. The lowly mosquito has a long history of notoriety, so it's only natural that their mutated cousins share the same reputation. The blood bug is around the size of a dog, using their knife-like proboscis to cut into the skin of their victims. They feed on blood and will often spray this blood back into the eyes of those they perceive as a threat. If you cross a dead Brahmin in the wasteland, riddled with oversized... marks, beware. The lowly mosquito has a long history of notoriety, so it's only natural that their mutated cousins share the same reputation. Blood bugs around the size of a dog, using their knife-like proboscis to cut into the skin of their victims. They feed on blood and will often spray this blood back into the eyes of those they perceive as a threat.
I just wasn't sure if that was the end of it. That's why I checked. Shit, I need lead and armor.
Found in every wasteland traveler's knapsack.
Alright, Rad Stags.
The body's natural defenses against radiation. The substance inside the red and yellow pills is unique in that its effects stack with repeated dosage. Of course, it doesn't remove radiation. That's what Radaway is for. So it's best taken before the Geiger counter's ticking turns into a steady drone. Unlike most medicines, there are no side effects after taking Rad X.
Does anyone remember the button for VATS? Oh, jeez. This is why I put a point into luck, because I'm probably going to end up fucking spending my ammo stupidly. Not close enough. I'm out of practice, okay?
Books uncovered from before the war link the mutated bloatfly to its less vindictive cousin, the horsefly.
Oh, that's comforting. I've heard horror stories about horseflies.
Took a symbolic role in many old-world religions due to their strength and grace. I'm curious to know if such a designation would be given to them today. Rad Stags are descended from the common deer. Two-headed like the Brahmin, each head can act autonomously from the other. These creatures usually travel in herds, and although they are generally non-hostile, they can put up a good fight if provoked. Stag took a symbolic role in many old-world religions due to their strength and grace. I'm curious to know if such a designation would be given to them today. Rad Stags are descended from the common deer. The stag took a symbolic role in many old-world religions due to their strength and grace. Books uncovered from before the war link the mutated bloatfly to its less vindictive cousin, the horsefly. From what I gather, in the back-when times, the horsefly was prevalent worldwide. So it's likely you'll encounter the bloatfly, no matter which part of the world you call home these days. What makes the bloatfly dangerous is its stinger, which it uses to launch larvae at its prey. These barbed stingers latch onto a victim, releasing a neurotoxin which allows the bloatfly and its larvae to feed together. The traveling wastelander, this overgrown bug won't pose much of a threat, seeing as its neurotoxin isn't all that effective against larger mammals. Just be sure to keep it away from the kids.
There's one thing I'll tell you about fucking bloatflies is that do not look at yourself while you're shot with one of their stingers. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
October 22nd, 2077. I finally told him tonight, and it was bad. Real bad. Dad was shouting, telling me I should be ashamed, that I had to get out of the house. Mom just cried, and somehow that hurt worse than anything else. She didn't say a word, not even when I packed my things. I can't go to John. He doesn't even know yet. Maybe he'll never know. If it weren't for the cabin, I wouldn't have a place to sleep. Just need some time to think. Last time I was here, I was just a little girl playing clubhouse in this old cabin. Now I'm really scared. Will anything ever be right again?
I was holding shift. Look, I'm slightly dumb, okay?
Nuka-Cola remains the most popular beverage in the world. And while I prefer the taste of sunset sarsaparilla, I'm an outlier. Americans of the past.
Americans of the past, what? I think this mod might be a little broken. Still, you devil.
Coca-Cola remains the most popular beverage in the world. And while I prefer the taste of sunset sarsaparilla, I'm an outlier. Americans of the past, present, and likely the future love the sugar-laden soda created by John Caleb Bradburton all the way back in 2044. Within a year, vending machines popped up on every street corner and inside every building, sating the craving for sugar of the young and old alike. Bradburton didn't rest on his laurels, instead continuing to expand his company and its drink portfolio. He and his team of chemists, lovingly called beverageers, worked hard to create flavors for every kind of palate. And if someone beat them to it, or created a unique flavor on their own, Bradburton would buy them out, or steal, extort, otherwise drive the company into ruin if he could not. It's only logical for someone like Bradburton to have a lair of his own.
Hey guys!
In the form of an amusement park thought up by himself called Nuka World. Opening in 2050 was a regular run-of-the-mill amusement park at first. Then Bradburton started expanding it, and as the nuclear holocaust loomed on the horizon, He offered his beverageers and their acumen to the military in return for technology and favors that would allow him to survive the war. Well, Bradburton's nowhere to be found. Fruits of his collaboration with the military can be seen firsthand in the form of Nuka-Cola quantum infused with the strontium isotope.
Ew,
Makes it
olive
glow in the dark.
drab.
Enabled the creation of experimental chemical weapons, even more explosive mini-nukes, and durable power armor coatings. Nuka-Cola's power and influence translated into a vast legacy that we appreciate to this day. Perhaps the most lasting element is the venerable cat. Nuka-Cola remains the most popular beverage in the world. And while I prefer the taste of Sunset Sarsaparilla, I'm an outlier. Americans of the past, present, and likely the future love the sugar-laden soda created by John Caleb Bradburton all the way back in 2044. Within a year, vending machines popped up on every street corner and inside every building, sating the craving for sugar of the young and old alike. Found in the irradiated dark recesses of the wasteland, Rad Roaches are likely descended from the Great American Roach, which was first introduced to the United States from Africa in the early 16th century. Seen as little more than a nuisance to the citizens of the wasteland, their meat can be cooked for a less than savory treat. Some tribals on the West Coast are known to use Rad Roach innards in common treatments for radiation poisoning.
Dog meat? There you are, boy. The thing that usually annoys me about dog meat is he never fucking stays still. Let's see.
Hey.
That's a good boy. Nice harness.
Typically found in the irradiated dark recesses of the wasteland, Rad Roaches are likely descended from the Great American Roach, which was first introduced to the United States from Africa in the early 16th century.
Thanks, Africa.
Seen as little more than a nuisance to the citizens of the wasteland, their meat can be cooked for a less than savory treat. Some tribals on the West Coast are known to use Rad Roach innards in common treatments for radiation poisoning. These days of Brahmin carts and vertebrates, it's hard to imagine that the most common form of transportation used to be the automobile. These rusted hulks.
Okay, this is getting annoying.
Nuka-Cola remains the most popular beverage in the world. And while I prefer the taste of Sunset Sarsaparilla, I'm an outlier. Americans of the past, present, and likely the future love the sugar-laden soda created by John Caleb Bradford all the way back in 2044. Within a year, vending machines popped up on every street corner and inside every building, sating the craving for sugar of the young and old alike. Bradford didn't rest on his laurels, instead continuing to expand his company and its drink portfolio. He and his team of chemists, lovingly called beverageers, worked hard to create flavors for every kind of palate. And if someone beat them to it, or created a unique flavor on their own, Bradford would buy them out, or steal, extort, otherwise drive the company into ruin if he could not. It's only logical for someone like Bradford to have a lair of his own. It took the form of an amusement park thought up by himself called Nuka World. Opening in 2050, it was a regular run-of-the-mill amusement park at first. Then Bradford started expanding it, and as the nuclear holocaust loomed on the horizon, he offered his beverageers and their acumen to the military in return for technology and favors that would allow him to survive the war. Well, Bradford's nowhere to be found. Fruits of his collaboration with the military can be seen firsthand in the form of Nuka-Cola Quantum, imbued with a strontium isotope that makes it glow in the dark, enabled the creation of experimental chemical weapons, even more explosive mini-nukes, and durable power armor coatings. Nuka-Cola's power and influence translated into a vast legacy that we appreciate to this day. Perhaps the most lasting element is the venerable cap. Let's face it, the world is run by the almighty bottle cap. With pre-war money burnt or crumbling, the wasteland needed a currency that could survive time. Be hard to counterfeit and easy to carry. Bottle caps fit the bill perfectly and were adopted across the United States. Backed by water or anything else the traders controlling the currency deemed the right and easily manipulated backing. relics uncovered from before the war link the mutated bloatfly to its less vindictive cousin, the horsefly. From what I gather, the typically found in the irradiated dark recesses of the wasteland, Rad Roaches are likely descended from the Great American Roach, which was first introduced to the United States from Africa in the early 16th century. Seen as little more than a nuisance to the citizens of the wasteland, their meat can be cooked for a less than savory treat. Some tribals on the West Coast are known to use rad roach innards in common treatments for radiation poisoning.
Okay, that's easier to read. Oh god, that's much easier to read.
If you cross a dead Brahmin in the wasteland riddled with oversized sting marks, beware. The lowly mosquito has a long, typically found in the irradiated dark recesses of the wasteland. Rad roaches are likely descended from the Great American Roach, which was first introduced to the United States from Africa in the early 16th century. Seen as little more than a nuisance to the citizens of the wasteland, their meat can be cooked for a less than savory treat. Some tribals on the West Coast are known to use rad roach innards in common treatments for radiation poisoning. In these days of Brahmin carts and vertibirds, it's hard to imagine that the most common form of transportation used to be the automobile. These rusted hulks, with their flat tires and unstable reactors, were once a vital part of everyday life. There were almost as many cars as people at the time of the Great War. The most prominent automobile company was Chrysler Motors. Older models from the early days of the company ran on fossil fuels. The company saw the writing on the wall and invested in alternative fuels hard. By 2070, Chrysler was making Corvegas with V8 atomic reactors under the hood. The demand for them was so high that the company expanded its factories. One in D.C., another one here in the Commonwealth. Still, Chrysler could only manufacture so many, and those that did make it to the market went for only 200,000 of those pre-war dollars. Yet, the American market was ravenous, answering the demand. Chrysler ensured new models hit the market every year. Four-door sedans for families, sleek, pointy sports cars for playboys, rugged coupes, all released under the Corvega umbrella brand and lasting decades with the right maintenance. The end result was that it seemed like there were two Corvegas in every garage shortly before the big one, and more on the roads of the interior, where Chrysler's other brand, the Highwayman, ruled supreme. Nothing stops a highwayman, said the tagline, and that was quite true. Especially with the aftermarket upgrades that proliferated on the market, and the highwaymen readily accepted up to and including experimental grav plates. Alas, there are few modern organizations capable of restoring these American classics, and those that can. Of Brahmin carts and vertibirds, it's hard to imagine that the most common form of transportation used to be the automobile. These rusted hulks, with their flat tires and unstable reactors, were once a vital part of everyday life. There were almost as many cars as people at the time of the Great War. The most prominent automobile company was Chrysler. If it's got vacuum tubes and spreads the news, chances are it's a radiation king. Radio and television sets released under this brand were built for an age of resource shortages and rationing. They were built to last. In fact, These technological marvels were so well built and easy to maintain with standard household parts that many survived for centuries and remain in use today. Heck, if you're visiting a saloon or tavern on either coast and hear a tune, I'll bet you my helmet it's coming from a radiation king. Now, about the rumors of leaking radiation coming from one of these devices. I'm quite sure they're just rumors. After all, how harmful can entertainment be? Nuka-Cola remains the
I need to
most
make sure I
popular
write
beverage in
everything.
the world. And while I prefer the taste of Sunset Sarsaparilla, I'm an outlier. Americans of the past, present, and likely the future love the sugar-laden soda created by John Caleb Bradford all the way back in 2044. Within a year, vending machines popped up on every street corner. Sports were America's greatest pastime before the Great War scorched the world, with a reverence for athletes bordering on the religious. However inspiring their displays of prowess and strength were, their integrity was far less impressive. Buff Out was a brand of advanced steroids, commonly used by sportsmen to improve their performance. That clandestine use eventually popularized it amongst their audience and fans as well. Each tablet boosts your body's strength and endurance, making a baseball bat, a tire iron, or just your fists far deadlier than they would be otherwise. I've heard rumors that some could even rip off their enemies' limbs while under the drug's influence. Of course, everything comes at a cost. The Buff Out crash will leave you spent and tired, on top of a high risk of addiction. When the going gets tough, you have no power armor or fist to get you through. Buff Out might just give you the edge needed to survive.
Shit, I never went back in to have that.
Got it.
Everyone talks about Daft Punk, but I'm here wondering about Daft Fuck. Thank you, I'll be here all week. If you want to throw tomatoes at me.
Sports were America's greatest pastime before the Great War scorched the world, with a reverence for athletes bordering on the religious. However inspiring their displays of prowess and strength were, their integrity was far less impressive. Buff Out was a brand of advanced steroids. What would life be like today without Stimvax?
Jesus, it's all confused.
This humble little injection saved more lives than the sports were America's greatest pastime before the Great War. What would life be like today without Stimvax? A good deal shorter. This humble little injector saved more lives than the Brotherhood has ammunition. What would life be like today without Stimvax? A good deal shorter. This humble little injector saved more lives than the Brotherhood has ammunition. The Stimvac, or rather, Stimulation Delivery Package, is the epitome of medical science. The soup of healing medications contained within instantly boosts the body's natural healing processes, sending them temporarily into overdrive and immediately healing wounds. As such, they became a staple of personal medical care overnight and continue to be one of the most sought-after commodities in the wasteland today. Luckily, supply keeps up with demand thanks to the countless post-war manufacturers, though I have yet to see the Lee Rapid Pharmaceuticals dispensers from the Anchorage Reclamation replicated.
I just make sure.
What would life be like today without stim packs? A good deal shorter. This humble little injector has saved more lives. What would life be like today without stim?
Shush. Yeah, I'm kidding. I don't actually give a shit.
In the back when times, the domesticated cow was everywhere, a staple of American life. Menu boards from Vegas to Boston tell us that the Americans feasted on this fatty herbivore in the form of burgers and steaks. Today, we wastelanders indulge ourselves in much the same way. Ramen are an integral part of daily life in most settlements. Their role in society has changed little in today's wasteland, providing meat, milk, hide, and manual labor. Ramen are also an essential part of trade. They'll often be found serving in caravans as pack animals. A naturally docile creature, the Brahmin will not attack unless provoked, charging and headbutting anything it perceives as a threat.
You can taste the frames.
Back when times, the domesticated cow was everywhere, a staple of American life. Menu boards from Vegas to Boston tell us that in the back when times, the domestic... Probably walked past a dozen of these and haven't even noticed.
God, what is this mod?
You've probably walked past a dozen of these and haven't even noticed. The Fusion Flea Supreme is a single-passenger commuter car that was popular in urban areas and otherwise built-up areas. Powered by similar nuclear engines found in its larger cousins, the Flea was the most popular three-wheeled motor car on the market. A combination of small dimensions and affordability won the hearts of consumers every time. To get into one of these rusted sardine cans, all you've got to do is lift up the roof, but I wouldn't attempt it without a good reason. The Flea's bite only got stronger with time. Disturb the engine, you'll likely end up in as many pieces as the car itself. Just because we live in a world where survival is at the top of everyone's wish list doesn't mean we can't indulge in a new wardrobe once in a while. But while we have to find a seamstress or armorer, the pre-war folk could simply go and buy whatever they wanted. Fallon's was one of the biggest chains of department stores. Purchased anything from diamonds and expensive leather shoes to sets of furniture for entire rooms. All this wealth under one roof, or roofs, since Fallon's was all over the Commonwealth, was bound to attract vultures. I heard that an old mob boss, Eddie Winter, once staged a heist to steal genuine diamonds put on display at their flagship store. Now, the amazing thing about Fallon's is that it's still around to this day. The Fallon family survived the war, and their descendant, Rebecca, runs a clothing shop in Diamond City. If you have a few caps to spare, go pay Becky a visit. She could use the money and company.
That's it.
Psycho is one of the many combat drugs developed by the United States military to improve the performance of their exhausted military force at the tail end of the Sino-American War. Developed under the authority of General Constantine Chase, the drug was pressed into service. Necessary clinical trials in order to battle attrition on the Alaskan front and rapidly spread throughout the military. The unstable drug is mixed at the moment of injection and makes the user more lethal in combat, less susceptible to damage, and dampens higher brain functions, turning them into a perfect shock trooper. Due to its rushed nature, it had drastic side effects that were never removed. Long-term use is known to cause heightened aggression, dementia, and psychosis. For the faint of heart, the drug may outright kill them through cardiac arrest. Perhaps most terrifying is the fact that the mutated hubflower plant, common across the Commonwealth, can be used to manufacture psycho in large quantities, making it a pestilence without end.
No sign of him now.
Pre-war American military needed to get their troops somewhere fast. There was no better land vehicle than the infantry fighting vehicle. Not to be confused with an ordinary armored personnel carrier. This six-wheeled beauty is not just armored, but also armed. With an autonomous 105mm turreted gun on top. Americans had few escapes to enjoy in the pre-war world beset by riots, war, and ruthless exploitation. The Lone Wanderer cruiser bike capitalized on that desperate desire for freedom, offering a classic, no-nonsense fusion motorcycle that would allow them to escape their bleak daily existence. At least, until they ran into a military checkpoint. Americans had few escapes to enjoy in the pre-war world beset by riots, war, and ruthless exploitation. The lone wanderer cruiser bike capitalized. Americans had few escapes to... The 10mm auto was the favorite ammunition of United States uniformed services before the Great War, from policemen to generals. A staple of every hunting party, whether they're hunting regular game or the most dangerous animal in the world. The Winchester Widowmaker double-barreled shotgun is as rudimentary as it is powerful. Although it only has 2 barrels and subsequently just 2 shots. It's usually more than enough to take down any target at short range. Decide to saw off the barrels and you'll have yourself a boomstick for sure.
How much you got left in you?
A staple of every hunting party, whether they're hunting regular game or the most dangerous animal in the world. Humans might be social animals who favor cooperation over competition, but there are enough people who seem to have missed the memo. Raiders are present far and wide across the wasteland, and the Commonwealth is no exception. Raider war bands with a variety of salvaged gear and improvised weapons are common sight in and around Boston, following a broad variety of brutal, charismatic, or unusually intelligent leaders. The number. Humans might be social animals who favor cooperation over competition, but there are enough people who seem to have missed the memo. Raiders are present far and wide across the wasteland, and the Commonwealth is no exception. Raider war bands with a variety of salvaged gear and improvised weapons are common sight in and around Boston, following a broad variety of brutal, charismatic, or unusually intelligent leaders. The number, size, and location of Raider war bands changes rapidly over time. All exist in a state of constant warfare with other factions and fellow Raider gangs, forming, breaking, and remaking alliances with each other. Town brewery, or food from a ration stockpile. However, trade caravans and settlements remain preferred targets for all Raider gangs across the Commonwealth. Some, like Bunker Hill, prefer to simply pay the Raiders off, while others arm themselves to the teeth and hope for the best as they cross the wasteland.
anyone ready to snort cow shit? Or huff?
Jet is one of the most devastating drugs to ever land on the streets of the United States, and consequently, the scorched remains left in its wake. It is a methamphetamine affecting the central nervous system, delivering a rush of energy and altering the user's consciousness. It lasts only a few minutes, but as long as it does, you'll feel as if you're at the controls of a jet plane, whizzing past a world that's trudging through the mud. Coupled with the ease of manufacturing meth from fertilizer, it proliferated far and wide, particularly on the densely populated eastern seaboard. The addiction rate guaranteed a steady income for dealers and cooks, and plenty of surviving samples can be found all over the wasteland. But that's not all. Jet is one of the most devastating drugs to ever land on the streets of the United States, and consequently, the scorched remains left in its wake. It is a methamphetamine affecting the central nervous system, delivering a rush of energy and altering the user's consciousness. It lasts only a few minutes, but as long as it does, you'll feel as if you're at the controls of a jet plane, whizzing past a world that's trudging through the mud.
Nice.
And I wish this mod would work right. Because I am really interested in what it has to say.
Drugs to ever land on the streets of the United States, and consequently, the scorched remains left in its wake. It is a methamphetamine affecting the central nervous system,
Did I put
delivering
that
a
leather
rush of
on?
energy and altering the user's consciousness. It lasts only a few minutes, but as long as it does, you'll feel as if you're at the controls of a jet plane, whizzing past a world that's trudging through the mud. Coupled with the ease of manufacturing meth from fertilizer, it proliferated far and wide, particularly on the densely populated eastern seaboard. The addiction rate guaranteed a steady income for dealers
Yeah, the
and
vault
cooks.
lunch
Plenty of
boxes.
surviving samples can be found all over the wasteland. That's not all. About 45 years back, a jumped-up whiz kid by the name of Myron came up with a modified methamphetamine variant under the same name. Working for a thankfully extinct crime family, the Mordinos, it was a weaponized drug meant to give them control over gold mining in New California. And through it, the currency of the New California Republic. This jet didn't simply shove you in a plane, it also made you stronger and more perceptive, and would reliably hook you on the drug. Fortunately, the antidote eventually appeared, leading to the downfall of the Mordinos and Myron's disappearance.
I want to use a plunger as a weapon. Fuck the machetes.
As the pre-war United States descended into chaos, Americans started to look for a happy escape from the bleak reality that surrounded them. Who can blame them? The Sino-American War consuming ever-increasing amounts of lives, food riots tearing through the streets, and the looming threat of nuclear war? Day Tripper was the answer. A mild hallucinogenic that helps you escape reality and make the day just a little bit easier to get through. Perhaps that's why I seem to find the drug all over, from raunchy speakeasies to stashes in corporate buildings.
I mean, I found it in a speakeasy. Do you mind telling me about XL? Because it didn't pop up anything for it. Blech.
Morphine, branded as Med-X in the States, is one of the oldest and most potent painkillers, especially in the wasteland. Its ability to reduce response to pain and its perception, together with the mild tranquilizing effect, made it a staple of battlefield medicine. The first true morphine was extracted from opium poppies in the early 19th century, remained in combat use for over 4 centuries, ranging from Gettysburg to New California. More than merely saving the wounded, it enables soldiers to withstand much more pain in the field. Morphine, branded as Med-X in the States, is one of the oldest and most potent painkillers, especially in the wasteland. Its ability to reduce response to pain and its perception, together with the mild tranquilizing effect, made it a staple of battlefield medicine. The first true morphine was extracted from opium poppies in the early 19th century, remained in combat use for over 4 centuries, ranging from Gettysburg to New California. More than merely saving the wounded, it enables soldiers to withstand much more pain in the field, allowing the injured to keep on fighting. The only problem is that opium poppies don't grow well in the hotter, more arid climate after the nuclear war. Morphine, branded as Med-X in the States, is one of the oldest and most potent painkillers, especially in the wasteland. Its ability to reduce response to pain and its perception, together with the mild tranquilizing effect, made it a staple of battlefield medicine. The first true morphine was extracted from opium poppies in the early 19th century, remained in combat use for over 4 centuries.
It was morphine, but then, like, the ASRB or whatever was like, no, name it something else. And then it became Med-X. Look at all this progress we made, by the way. No sarcasm, obviously. I need to remember what the chests are. Steamer truck, more like steaming pile of shit. Huh, got him. Aren't these supposed to be considered trash? I mean, not trash, scrap material. I usually put that shit in there because then you can, like, equip them from this menu. Alright, let's see what this piece of shit looks like. Actually, not bad. Don't worry, I'm not gonna shoot dog meat intentionally. There's something I kind of just added for simplicity's sake. Because I don't feel like digging around trying to figure out what is what. I'm not going to use it right now, but keep it in mind. I could do pocketed. I usually do pocketed, but... I meant to do studded letter. Fuck, I just wasted adhesive. I never like when that happens. Well, this is my hill and I have to die on it. I'm just gonna use my first example. Well, actually, no. I'll listen to one of these along the way.
Morphine, branded as Med-X in the States.
Ah, yes, morphine. General Atomics.
Painkillers, especially in the wasteland. General Atomics International. Coca-Cola remains the most popular beverage in the world. And while I prefer the taste of
Okay, let's try this
General
again.
Atomics International was a powerhouse of the American industry, responsible for the production of power plants, laser rifle components, and especially iconic robots. Their flagship product was the Mr. Handy series of utility robots, first released in 2037 and popularized by the Mexico City earthquake of 2042. However rugged the original design was replaced by a vastly superior version, produced in collaboration with Robco Industries, adding a host of improvements. The most notable was the addition of a sophisticated neural network, giving it intelligence on par with their human masters. It was so successful that a host of variants followed. Civilian users could enjoy the regular Handy, or its dedicated caretaker variants, also released in 2077, Miss Nanny and Mr. Orderly. However,
I wouldn't mind having a Miss Nanny. So however what, you wanna like tell me? I don't get what it is with this thing. Shove this in here, see if I can fix it that way.
General Atomics International was a powerhouse of the American industry, responsible for the production of power plants, laser rifle components.
God damn it. What did I do wrong? Even dog meat's upset.
General Atomics International was a powerhouse of the American industry, responsible for the production of power plants, laser rifle components, and especially iconic robots. Their flagship product was the Mr. Handy series of utility robots, first released in 2037 and popularized by the Mexico City earthquake of 2042. However rugged the original design was replaced by a vastly superior version, produced in collaboration with Robco Industries, adding a host of improvements. The most notable was the addition of a sophisticated neural network, giving it intelligence on par with their human masters. It was so successful that a host of variants followed. Civilian users could enjoy the regular Handy, or its dedicated caretaker variants, also released in 2077, Miss Nanny and Mr. Orderly. However, the most important version was a military version called Mr. Gutsy, and gutsy it was, with lightweight yet durable armor, a wide array of weaponry at its disposal, high intelligence, and impressive maneuverability. It was pressed into service soon after release in early 2077. It wasn't the only military contract General Atomics worked on. The most controversial of these was the Robo-Brain, still in testing when the Great War hit. It featured an actual human brain as its central processing unit. Both GAI and the military tried to obscure the fact, concealing the project from the public, and lying to soldiers that the robots used chimpanzee brains.
Yeah, sure.
It's a fair bet the prisoners used for harvesting would have preferred for that to be the truth. Fortunately, their crowning achievement did not require atrocities to complete. It was the creation of the single largest autonomous robot in history, Liberty Prime. Or it would have been if GAI and Robco managed to resolve its power consumption issues. As history would have it, Liberty Prime would remain a pile of sophisticated junk until the Brotherhood got its hands on it, doing what General Atomics could not, giving the Tin Man a heart. General Atomics International was a powerhouse of the American industry, responsible for the production of power plants, laser rifle components, and especially iconic robots. Their flagship product was the Mr. Handy series of utility robots, first released in 2037, and popularized by the Mexico City earthquake of 2042. However rugged the original design was replaced by a vastly superior version, produced in collaboration with Robco Industries, having a host of improvements. The most notable was the addition of a sophisticated neural network, giving it intelligence on par with their human masters.
Hey, up here, on
It
the
was
balcony.
so successful
I've got
that a
group of
host of
settlers
variants
inside.
followed.
The raiders are almost
Civilian
through the door.
users
Grab
could
that
enjoy
laser
the
musket
regular
and help us,
Handy,
please.
or its dedicated caretaker variants, also released in 2077, Miss Nanny and Mr. Orderly. However, the most important version was a military version called Mr. Gutsy, and gutsy it was. Lightweight yet durable armor, a wide array of weaponry at its disposal, high intelligence, and impressive maneuverability. It was pressed into service soon after release in early 2077. It wasn't the only military contract General Atomics worked on. The most controversial of these was the Robo-Brain, still in testing when the Great War hit. It featured an actual human brain as its central processing unit. Both GAI and the military tried to obscure the fact, concealing the project from the public, and lying to soldiers that the robots used chimpanzee brains. It's a fair bet the prisoners used for harvesting would have preferred for that to be the truth. Fortunately, their crowning achievement did not require atrocities to complete. It was the creation of the single largest autonomous robot in history, Liberty Prime. Or it would have been if GAI and Robco managed to resolve its power consumption issues. As history would have it,
Sweet.
Usually you have to go the long way around, but as you can see, I was able to pick the lock. I have to remember that I have a thing that lets me know where things are now. Like, you can blame this game for me saying right jackanapes randomly sometimes. Unfortunately, I can't hear the voices over the fucking music, apparently. I'm kind of just taking everything because I don't feel like stopping and thinking. I'm doing a very good job at not thinking, that's for sure.
Don't you die on me!
Nope, I find the Sim Sentiment stuff. Usually I just add it for the console, I think. I was going to, but then I figured I'd do it the way you're intended to for once. Okay, what are these new entries?
The Commonwealth Minutemen have a tradition to uphold, following in the footsteps of the colonial Minutemen of the American Revolutionary War. Protecting the people of the Commonwealth at a minute's notice. Just like their forebears, the Minutemen are ordinary people who took up the burden of defending their land. They cut their teeth way back in 2180 when they defeated a horde of super mutants who had their eyes set on Diamond City. Inspired by this example, people flocked to their banner and their ranks grew. They established a base at the historic Fort Independence, calling it the Castle, which provided centralized command and control, and most importantly, radio coordination, making them a force to be reckoned with. But where are they now? A string of bad luck wiped the Minutemen out. The castle was destroyed by a gigantic Mirelurk queen, robbing them of its facilities and leadership. Without them, the Minutemen slowly unraveled, torn apart by raiders, mutants, and worst of all, internal strife. The last general, Becker, died in 2282. The last company of the Minutemen fell at Quincy 5 years later, together with Colonel Ezra Hollis, one of the last good men in the organization. Nowadays, if a settlement needs help, they have nobody to call upon. Short of a miracle, or a particularly determined son of a gun, the People's Army seems to be gone for good. MedTech Laboratories was cooking up chems for the people of the United States well before the big one. Well, your ex-raider drinking buddy cooks theirs up at a campfire. MedTech had laboratories, factories, and retailers aplenty. Enough to give every American access to pills for everything that ailed them. Too tired to keep up with this week's episode of the Silver Shroud? Take some Mentats for a little brain boost. Propping up the walls at parties? Great Mentats turn up your charm to 11. Irradiated in an industrial accident at work and the insurance don't cover it? MedTech's My First Laboratory is here to help. Addicted to any of MedTech's fine products? MedTech has Fixer to help you kick the habit overnight. He produced enough of the stuff for all of America to overdose many times over, which is why we can still find tins and cardboard boxes bearing their logo all over the place. Of course, you don't become America's finest fixer through virtue and honest work. To maintain demand for their anti-addiction drugs, MedTech wasn't above creating it through seeding zones. Now, combine that with the fact that they were working on a new product called Prevent right before the Great War happened. What it was supposed to prevent, I don't know. but it's sure suspicious that they were working on it at MedTech Research, the same facility that researched man-made plagues.
Got it.
And now to pick the lock for extra experience. This is how I do it, if I can. As much as I fucking hate terminal hacking. We were gonna need to go down here anyway, so I figured I might as well cover it. While, I'm mopping up the floors, basically. I'm coming, whoever the hell you are. Totally not an individual that gives a lot of people fucking, like, PTSD.
Laser Musket is the signature weapon of the Minutemen, protectors of the Commonwealth. It is made in their iconic revolutionary style. Though called a musket, it's actually a custom laser rifle based on a salvaged AER-9, outfitted with a hand-crank capacitor that draws energy from fusion cells and stores it for release in a single focused blast. Minutemen engineers created capacitors capable of storing up to 6 cells worth of energy. Even with lower grades, a single well-placed shot from this weapon is usually enough to turn an enemy into a pile of smoking ash. Of course, all this power comes at a cost. It's a dedicated sniper rifle with its low ammunition capacity and high firepower. So pack a backup weapon whenever you're bringing one along.
Man, I don't know who you are, but your timing's impeccable. Preston Garvin, Commonwealth Minuteman.
It'd be nice if you would turn around to face me. Thank you.
Glad to help.
Well, if that's true, we could use some more goodwill. As you can see, we're in a bit of a mess here.
Nope.
world's changed so much. None of this makes sense.
You all right? Listen, we need your help. And then maybe we can help you, huh? What brought you out here?
My baby Sean's been kidnapped. He's not even a year old.
That's messed up. I'm sorry. I know how this world can be. A month ago, there were 20 of us. Yesterday, there were 8. Now we're 5. First it was the Bulls in Lexington, and now this mess.
Sorry. Sounds really rough.
Thanks. It's good to meet someone who really cares. Anyway, we figured Concord would be a safe place to settle. Those raiders proved us wrong. Damn it. But, well, we do have one idea.
Will it be enough to stop those maniacs?
Sturgis? Tell her.
There's a crashed vertibird up on the roof. Old school. Pre-war. You might have seen it. Well, looks like one of its passengers left behind a seriously sweet goodie. We're talking a full suit of cherry T-45 power armor. Military issue.
What makes that power armor so special?
A West-Tech internalized servo system, that's what. Inside that baby, super is the new normal. You'll be stronger, tougher, resistant to rads, and... get the suit. You can rip the minigun right off the vertibird. Do that, and those raiders get an express ticket to hell. You dig?
Minigun. Now we're talking.
I know, right? Only there's one hitch. The suit's out of juice. Probably been dry for 100 years. It can be powered up again. But we're a bit stuck.
I'll help if I can.
What you'll need is an old pre-war FC. A standardized fusion core. Your high-grade, long-term nuclear battery used by the military and some companies way back when. And we know right where to find one.
But we can't get to the damn thing. It's down in the basement. Locked behind a security gate. Look, I fix stuff. I tinker. Bypassing security ain't exactly my forte. You could give it a shot.
Actually, I already grabbed the fusion core. We're set.
Well, all right. Maybe our luck's finally turning around. Once you jack the core into the power armor and grab that minigun, those raiders will know they picked the wrong fight. Good luck.
If you're wondering why the fuck his outfit is different, it's because I installed a mod called We Are the Minutemen. I believe that's the reason why he's wearing that.
Perfect. Ma'am.
Dog meat sure did find us some help. Just look at ya.
He's a good dog. Smart, too.
Oh, indeed. Dog meat's good at finding folks who need him, and he'll stick by you now. I saw it.
Please, tell me what you know.
Just listen to me. Acting a crazy old lady. It's the chems, you see. Give old Mama Murphy a sight. Been that way since I was a girl.
That's incredible.
I can see a bit of what was and what will be. And even what is right now. And right now, I can see there's something coming. Drawn by the noise and the chaos. And it is angry.
What is it? Mama Murphy, I need more. Please.
I see. I see. Oh. It's horrible, kid. Claws and teeth and horns. The very face of death itself. That's all I can manage. That's all. I need to rest now. And you have a job to do.
Hey, we need help. And we get a vault dweller? What are you going to do in that stupid jumpsuit? Bleed to death? Mister?
No.
Excellent.
Hold up. Opening fire.
Personal log. United States Army Staff Sergeant Michael Daly. This past Saturday, October 23rd, while en route to West Stockbridge, a vertibird crashed into the roof of this museum. The cause? EMP following nuclear detonation. Several, in fact. From the intel I've gathered, this day after that was a global Aryan channel where we're shot by some scared, desperate survivors. Then Brzezinski took off running. Haven't seen him since. Now, it's my turn to go AWOL, if that concept even applies anymore. My armor's fusion core is burned out, so I guess my soldering days are done. I'm heading to Boston, on foot, to see if my sister survived all this. She's got an apartment on Boylston Street. This is Mike Daly, signing out. Good luck. And God bless America. Or what's left of it.
Why don't you get down here? Show me that fancy gun up close. Not a lot of people can get past my boy. Give you that.
I'll worry about sorting everything later. Oh, Deathclaw. I'm gonna try to aim for its legs, because crippling the legs is a very good idea. Ding dong, the bitch is dead, the bitch is dead, the bitch is dead. Ding dong, the bitch is dead, the bitch is dead. I'm okay, I swear. Okay, let's consider something for the moment. The sewers. That fucking horrid beast came from. A nice baby bottle. I needed that for Sean when I find him again.
California said the Deathclaw was the most evil thing to rise out of the ashes following the Great War. A ghost from the back when times that haunted the wasteland. The size of 3 men, they said. Teeth as long as your arm. Claws as sharp as a ripper. A demon birthed in the fires of the apocalypse. I don't know about all that, but I do know that Deathclaws were engineered before the Great War using Jackson's chameleons. Yes, you heard that right. The fearsome Deathclaw got its start as a silly-looking lizard.
Sweet.
Today's wasteland
Which is
reptile,
fucking terrifying,
no
by the
joke,
way.
The very first model of power armor, the T-45, was rushed into production in 2066 in response to the Chinese invasion of Alaska. The communist superpower went all in, using their last reserves of oil to support its infantry and armored divisions in a desperate attempt to seize the last notable reserves of black gold in the world. The first T-45 Model A suits arrived on the front line in 2067, using rugged last-generation technologies like alloyed steel for armor. What it lacked in speed and agility, it made up for by allowing soldiers to wield heavy weapons with ease. Rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, miniguns, you name it. The T-45 was instrumental in preventing the Chinese from overrunning Alaska, but not much more. It was a stopgap solution cobbled together on the fly, lacked the performance necessary to shift the Alaskans decisively in American territory. However, numerous delays in T-51's development resulted in the T-45 remaining in production for nearly 10 years as the workhorse of the U.S. military. From the Yukon to the Yangtze, Model D was the most widely produced, also used as a testbed for experimental technologies. The sheer scale of production means that the T-45 can be seen today in the hands of many factions, including the Brotherhood of Steel. Scour the wasteland enough, you just might come across some yourself. The very first model of power armor, the T-45, was rushed into production in 2066 in response to the Chinese invasion of Alaska. The communist superpower went all in, using their last reserves of oil to support aboard its infantry and armored divisions. The desperate people in California said the Deathclaw was the most evil thing to rise out of the ashes following the Great War. A ghost from the back when times that haunted the wasteland. The size of 3 men, they said. Teeth as long as your arm. Claws as sharp as a ripper. A demon birthed in the fires of the apocalypse. I don't know about all that, but I do know that Deathclaws were engineered before the Great War using Jackson's chameleons. Yes, you heard that right. The fearsome Deathclaw got its start as a silly-looking lizard. Today's wasteland reptiles are no joke, though. After the war, Deathclaws escaped into the wild and gradually spread throughout the land. Due to their small numbers, some believe that Deathclaws were just a rumor, a tale used to scare children. Their subsequent spread throughout the wasteland raised awareness of their existence right quick. As an apex predator, Deathclaws can be found living alone or in groups. California said the Deathclaw was the most evil thing to rise out of the ashes following the Great War. A ghost from the back when times that haunted the wasteland. The size of 3 men, they said. Teeth as long as your arm. Claws as sharp as a ripper. A demon birthed in the fires of the apocalypse. I don't know about all that, but I do know that Deathclaws were engineered before the Great War using Jackson's chameleons. Yes, you heard that right. The fearsome Deathclaw got its start as a silly-looking lizard. Today's wasteland reptiles are no joke, though. After the war, Deathclaws escaped into the wild and gradually spread throughout the land. Due to their small numbers, at first some believed that Deathclaws were just a rumor, a tale used to scare children. Their subsequent spread throughout the wasteland raised awareness of their existence right quick. As an apex predator, Deathclaws can be found living alone or in groups. When living together, the leadership role is assumed by the alpha pair, the strongest male and female. Deathclaws communicate with each other in a pack using growls and body language. Though they are also capable of mimicking human voices like a parrot if their intelligence is artificially increased. Such was the case with the Enclave, when a community of Deathclaws became sentient and turned on their masters. You want my advice? If you see a Deathclaw, don't bother finding out if it's one of the talking ones. Just run.
You don't need to tell me twice.
Wasteland are the result of post-war nuclear fallout, but this isn't entirely the case with the Mirelurk.
Good article. What is wrong with this thing?
Most mutated critters you'll encounter in the wasteland are the result of post-war nuclear fallout, but this isn't entirely the case with the Mirelurk. The first Mirelurks actually mutated shortly before the Great War due to radioactive pollutants in the North Atlantic. According to pre-war records, when the Hot Oceanological Society initially made these observations, and despite their reports, no one took their warning seriously. The Boston Port Authority ignored their calls. The Galaxy News Network turned the report into a story about how great shellfish season is going to be. Indeed, Mirelurk meat is tasty. Just be careful when extracting it. Like supermutants, Mirelurks never stop growing. Most mutated critters you'll encounter in the wasteland are the result of post-war nuclear fallout, but this isn't entirely the case with the Mirelurk. The First Biolurks actually mutated shortly before the Great War due to radioactive pollutants in the North Atlantic. According to pre-war records, the Nahat Oceanological Society initially made these observations, and despite their reports, no one took their warning seriously. The Boston Port Authority ignored their calls, and the Galaxy News Network turned the report into a story about how great shellfish
Never figure out how to get up here. Never mind, here we go.
Indeed, Mirelurk meat is tasty. Just be careful when extracting it. Like super mules, Mirelurks never stop growing. Records salvaged in Washington, D.C. tell us of a government project codenamed Cloacina. The purpose of the project was to create an invasive life form that could be used against China during the war. It's theorized that at least some of the mutated rodents encountered on the East Coast today were a direct result of their experiments. For the past 200 years, rodents have been mutating at an astonishing rate. Where before they were mere pests, now they pose a serious threat to travelers at all corners of the wasteland. Small rodents still exist, but many are bigger than cats now. The larger ones are as big as dogs, sometimes larger. Mutated rats aren't all bad, though. Some wastelanders have been able to tame them. Out west, they even hold mole rat competitions. People raise them for food or keep them as pets. I distinctly recall a mining settlement that kept one as a pet. Snuffles, I think they named her. I've heard rumors that Vault-Tech kept mole rats too. Knowing them, they were probably running some kind of mad experiment on the poor critters. The cornerstone chem for any wasteland traveler, Radaway, is an absolute boon to the Commonwealth and the wastes in general. The ingenious drug is suspended in an orange-colored solution and delivered intravenously. Radaway bonds with radioactive particles in your system and removes them from the body. However, the process is not pleasant. Due to the drug's potency, stomach pains, headache, nausea, and diarrhea lasting for days are common side effects. Still, they're a sight better than slowly withering away due to radiation poisoning or ghoulification. Firepower and accuracy is a distant concern, then miniguns are the way to go. The Rockwell CZ-53 personal minigun was an aging design around the time of the war, slowly phased out in favor of the more advanced CZ-57 Avenger and imports like the Rheinmetall Vindicator. However, it was still a beast, boasting a theoretical fire rate of over 60,000 5mm rounds per minute, though usually greatly reduced to manage recoil, providing more than enough firepower to turn any soft target into pulp. Rockwell minigun designs accept a variety of belt feeds, including from backpack cases and drums. The CZ-53 can also be modified with different barrels to tailor performance. The adventurous or insane are sometimes known to wrap barbed wire and scrap around the rotating barrel to create an improvised bayonet. In short, while it may not have the gel fin cooling or chrome plating of the Avenger, the CZ-53 is still a potent force on the post-apocalyptic battlefield. isn't a name you hear often these days, and not for a lack of achievement. You see, when it comes to companies that left their mark on the wasteland, you'd be hard-pressed to find one with a greater and more heinous legacy than Westtech. Founded in 2002, Westtech waited patiently for its turn, which wouldn't come until 2066. A year after Westtech joined the research initiative into developing power armor, China decided it had enough and invaded Alaska. Power armor became absolutely essential to stemming the tide, and Westtech was the first to field a practical suit of power armor, and good things followed. More government contracts for developing laser weapons, generous grants for the T-51 development, and of course, the forced evolutionary virus. China's biochemical weapons and the new plague continued to ravage America. Westtech was contracted to develop a solution for both in 2073. Their pan-immunity variant fixed both problems all right, but also warped and twisted the animals it affected, making them bigger, smarter, and more tenacious. The virus allowed man to play God, and play he did. Westtech took the lead on using it to create super soldiers, starting human testing in early 2077 at a secret base in Mariposa, California. Their FEV2 was completed successfully, unlike their competitors' derivatives, but they crossed a line they shouldn't have with these experiments. And when the soldiers protecting them found out, well, that's when the Brotherhood of Steel was born, and where we drew the line.
Where are we going, Treebeard? I don't know. Just finishing this stupid fucking, like, Treebeard voice from, Lord of the Rings. It takes a while for me to realize that some video memes just kind of stop after a while. Or like bag of shit, because that's basically what it is. Hope I found my first dose of Hydra. Because I don't know if that's in the vanilla game. Damn, you fat fuck. Calm down. I just like making fat jokes whenever I hit the ground with this thing. I'm gonna head back to Sanctuary. Also, one of the mods I installed makes the map more easy to read, with more like pronounced roads, I guess you could call it. And there goes all the adhesive that I acquired. Doesn't it look so much better, though? Free Shat power armor. Why didn't I think of that? I mean, I did think of that. Because I'm fucking stupid. I think that's that leather is my chest plate. Dynamite. Alright, let me stuff all this in there and then I'll sort it out. Damn it. Well, it's no use pissing over spilled milk, so... You're special. Am I really, though? my wrong menu for that. No, I pressed the wrong button. I always hate when that happens. It's very frightening. Please stop, my child. You are doing me a frighten. Oh god, my legs. Bottom text. No, my feet hurt. Actually, I think I'll leave it here, because if I'm gonna go out exploring, I should probably, like, save battery power. I love power armor, but it always feels very claustrophobic inside it. Fucking pictured here a mishmash of fucking power armor pieces, including like X01 armor. Ugh.
Easy, Mama. You okay?
I'm fine, Preston. Quit fussing.
Mind if I... Okay, guess I can't say her.
Hey there.
That was a pretty amazing display. I'm just glad you're on our side.
What did I say? I was on your side.
The feeling's mutual, Preston.
You can never have too many friends. Not in the Commonwealth. Listen, when we first met, you said you were glad to help. Well, you did. And we owe you our lives. So here. It ain't much, but it's the best way I can say thank you.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Well, since you say that, maybe you'll come to Sanctuary with us. We could use your help getting settled there.
All right, Garvey. I'm in.
Oh, that's wonderful. But there's more to your destiny, isn't there? I've seen it. And I know your pain.
My destiny? What do you mean?
You're a woman out of time, out of hope. But all is not lost. I can feel your son's energy. He's alive.
I knew it. Please, tell me where he is. I need to find my son.
I can't see him, not clearly, but I feel his life force. He's out there. And even I don't need the sight to tell you where you should start looking. The great green jewel of the Commonwealth. Diamond City. The biggest settlement around.
Please, Mama Murphy. I'm working for nothing. I need more.
Look, kid, I'm tired now. Maybe you'll bring me some chems later. The sight will paint a clearer picture.
Oh, Mama Murphy, we talked about this. That junk. It's gonna kill you.
Oh, shush, Preston. We're all gonna die eventually. We're gonna need the sight. And our new friend here, well, she's gonna need it too. Now let's get going. Sanctuary awaits.
All right, folks. Thanks to our friend here, it's safe to move out. We're heading for that place Mama Murphy knows about. Sanctuary. It's not far.
She knows about it? You mean she had one of her visions while she was stoned out of her gourd? And now you want us to just head out on another wild goose chase based on no better plan than Mama Murphy saw it?
It can
Oh,
hardly
hold
turn
on,
out
hold
any
on.
worse than...
Everybody just take it easy. We're all in this together, right? So Marcy, you got a better idea of what we should do next? Anybody? Well then, Sanctuary it is. Let's just hope it lives up to its name.
I can't name one person who likes this woman.
Oh, okay.
Like, everyone thinks she's a sack of shit. And rightfully so. That's the wrong button. Like my own is blonde.
Power armor is more than just some servo motors and armored plating thrown together. It's a highly adaptable weapon system that was one of the fastest growing technologies of the pre-war world and no stranger to revolutions. The base power armor frame is West-Tech's creation, with advanced servo motors and a back-mounted TX-28 micro-fusion pack serving as basis for late model power armor. The late model is a modular battle system, accepting components from every existing series. Each module can be further customized according to the mission profile and the battlefield. Modifications range from the comprehensive, such as the winterization packages used on the T-51Bs during the Anchorage reclamation, to improvised, as was the case with the Enclave, extending the lifespan of worn-out advanced power armor units by jury-rigging Tesla devices on them that provide increased protection from energy attacks and improve the operator's own. The catalog of modifications is extensive and includes different linings responsible for each series model designations, outer coatings, and the aforementioned subsystems like the Tesla device, the medic pump, and even experimental stealth boys and jump jets.
Assuming I get in a comfortable enough position, I might actually experiment with the jump jet thing. Anything else? Nope. I'll just have to wait for these chuckle fucks to get here. I say chuckle fucks as if they annoy me, and they really don't, other than Marcy. Oh, you know what this means? Not turning on my Pip-Boy, that's for damn sure. Next is the gun nut. At least, I think it will be. All right. Codsworth.
Miss Serena, welcome back, Mum. I do hope you were able to find some assistance in Congo.
You could say that.
I made a few new friends.
Can't have enough of those these days. I realize that I'm no Mr. Gutsy, but if needed, I'd be honored to accompany you throughout the Commonwealth. Just say the word.
Yes, of course.
Lead the way, Mum.
Okay, if this mod works correctly, I should have Dogmeat and Codsworth with me now. Dogmeat and Codsworth with me now. Oh.
I'm glad you decided to come with us. I should have listened to Mama Murphy all along. Pretty nice place she's found for us. I think we could settle down here. Make it a place to call home. What do you think?
Yeah, I used to like living here. Before the war.
What do you mean? Before what war? Are you saying...
I lived here. Over 200 years ago. I was frozen or something for most of it. Just woke up a little while ago.
Damn. Like one of those old pre-war ghouls. You say you were frozen. Anybody else make it out with you?
Just my son. Somebody took him away while I was still trapped. I've been looking for him.
Damn. I'm sorry. I hope you find him. Let me know if there's any way I can help. Anyway, I am glad you're here. And I hope you don't mind, but I've got another favor to ask. I
No.
had word from a settlement asking for help.
No.
There's still hoping there are Minutemen out there.
No.
The only chance to start rebuilding the Minutemen is to show people that they can count on us when they need us. Trouble is, I've got my hands full here. Do you think you could go help out with the settlement?
Oh, good. I was hoping for a chance to rescue some more helpless villagers.
It's not that people are helpless. They just need someone to give them a helping hand sometimes. That's what the Minutemen are supposed to be all about. By the way, if you want to help out around here at all, talk to Sturgis. I'm sure he'd be glad for all the help he can get.
You willing to do some work?
I love work. I could sit and watch it all day.
Well, for starters, we could use some real beds. We've been sleeping on the ground for too long.
Do I look like a carpenter to you?
I don't know what you look like. You said you were willing to help. Making beds is what we need help with.
I'd be glad to help.
Okay, good deal. Just make sure we can sleep with a roof over our heads. Some of these old houses still look solid enough to do the trick. There's a workbench over there you can use. Give me a holler if you need anything.
I think I'm playing on high. I think I'm high. No. It's gonna take a bit for it to get situated. So in the meantime, let's see about that new move up. I absolutely fucking adore the gun nut animation and whatnot. I need the beds to be built. Okay, does that count? Okay, that counts as free beds. I don't know where the food... Okay, never mind, I remember where the food came from. I need 2 more of them things. I just can't be asked to do the settlement stuff normally. Like, holy shit, is it like a fucking chore?
The Minutemen could use someone like you.
Fortunately, unlike directly building a bed, these aren't instantaneous, but... For the record, I think it can build on its own without power. It's just that power is required for it upgrading. any time now.
I wonder what Diamond City will be like. The name has anything to do with it. Must be quite nice.
It started building, so obviously it's a thing. Come on now. Where is he?
Sturgis.
I like it. Having a place to sleep will improve everyone's spirits. What we need now is a reliable source of clean water.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Like a well. Then we don't have to keep drinking the river water. That stuff's not good for you.
Okay, now let's make a source of water. Or water, as I say. Now, is that, like, agricultural? I usually put any water sources near the river, because it makes sense, you know, especially if you're using one of those massive power, whatchamacallits, one of those massive purifiers. I'm having an issue trying to figure out where to fucking slap it down, though. I guess I can't power it until I, like, decide what it should be. This is not what I wanted. Well, not what I meant to have built, but... Maybe industrial? Where's that sensor? What if I find out I never gave a shit in the first place? Nope, I guess I have to do it the old-fashioned way because I can't figure it out. Might as well go balls to the wall with it. I can't remember if I actually need one this powerful for it. Worst comes to worst, I can use it to give power to something else. I think y'all have enough clean water. For like agricultural stuff. Yeah, one of the things I also hate about the settlement management stuff is how it's kind of a pain in the ass to wander around and try to figure out where the fuck things can go. Especially when this is the angle I'm working with. I can't seem to remember the ones I need for vegetable starch. Purified water, corn, mute fruit, and potatoes. Same as you, dumbass. First we get wet, and then we get the corn. Nobody will know what I'm referencing. Thankfully, they're relatively cheap to manufacture. Corn. So I don't know if the other one was corn. And potatoes. This is all I really need in my life.
Hey, Sturgis.
I feel better already, knowing we have a reliable supply of clean water. I hope you don't mind me asking for some more help, but our food supplies are running low. And if we're gonna settle here, we need to get some crops established.
I'll start planting right away.
Good deal.
Good deal. It's just like a pile of fucking diarrhea. We assure you we're open, not a soul in sight. I don't know how credible that is. Let me just see if I can go ahead and make one of those towers. Yes, I can. No, no neon. It should automatically build it when it realizes. Yeah, there we go. Just random chickens. Forgot about that. Okay, let's... I'm running out of the materials to make these. So Gotta make them last.
This place is starting to feel like home. Now that we can grow our own food, I think we can really make a go with this. Trouble is, the more we establish ourselves here, the more of a target we become. What we need is to get some defenses set up. Then maybe Preston will be able to relax a little bit.
I'm on it.
Ah, thanks. It'll make everyone feel more secure here.
Wait, what defenses do I already have? Apparently your defense should be the sum of your water and food, but hell if I'm gonna, like, stress over that right now. Plus, I think this place will be fine.
What I'm doing to talk to you. I'm being sarcastic. Leave me alone.
Transfer was what I meant to do. What I meant to do. What I meant to do. Sometimes it just happens like that, Codsworth. Jesus, 4 hours. Most of it's spent, like, shitting around. Did I just hear a cat? Kitty! The cat's Smurf. Sorry, I just go fucking full dumbass whenever I see a cat.
Thanks for doing that. We'll all sleep better at night knowing we have some defenses set up. It's been a long road. But yeah, I think this is it. Home.
Feels good.
Feels good.
I was glad to help.
Well, I appreciate it. Of course, you know you're welcome anytime. My door's always open to you. Windows, too. Some of the walls actually come to think of it. I guess I better get back to it. Take care now.
All these level ups, and not much story progress. That sums up the beginning of this game for me all the time. You know me, I have to be able to pick the strongest locks possible. Oh, I'm getting out of here. I need to get out of here. Alright, let's step out of town and hopefully not trip on a, like, pebble and then immediately eat shit into concrete. Because it would be... some shit like that would happen to me. Kitty.
Hi.
That's close enough, stranger. We're a peaceful farm. We don't want any trouble.
It's okay. I'm friendly. Not looking to cause any trouble.
If you say so, but be warned, we're armed here, so don't try anything. Let me tell you, farming ain't easy. Out in the field all day, every day, and every minute of it spent watching your back.
Farming's hard work.
Won't argue with that. Blake Abernathy. Been ages since I've seen one of those vault suits around. You new to these parts?
Yes. And no. It's a long story.
Either way, good to see a new face. How about you? Ever think about working the land?
I'll probably give it a try someday.
Well, good luck to you then. Maybe I'll see you at the Diamond City Market someday and we'll do a swap. Word of advice though, if you do start up a farm, be ready to deal with the raiders. Why do all the hard work when you can just take what you want at gunpoint?
Bastards. All of them.
Last time those raiders hit us, my daughter Mary tried to stand up to them. Now she's buried out back of the house. Only 21 years old, and they shot her down without a thought. That's why we need the Minutemen back. And the sooner, the better.
There's nothing worse than losing a child. Believe me, I know.
All too well, I'm afraid. My sympathies are with you both.
I'm sorry to hear you say so. I don't have much to offer, but those raiders that killed Mary, they took her locket too. It's been in Connie's family for generations. If you could get it back, it'd mean a lot to us.
Don't worry. I'll get that locket back for you.
Good. Connie feels like it's a part of Mary. I don't think she'll rest easy again as long as it's gone.
Hey, Codsworth.
Can I help you, Mum?
How do you feel about us?
Hard to tell, Mum. I feel we're more acquaintances than anything these days. You just haven't been yourself lately.
Your thoughts?
I met an atheist who worked for a charity the other day. She said it was a non-profit organization.
Oh my god, fucking dumb shit.
That was all I had.
All right, then.
Around our wasteland today, it might be easy to assume that dogs are the most popular pets in pre-war America. But that couldn't be farther from the truth. The domesticated feline outnumbered their canine counterparts. Abraham Lincoln kept cats at the White House, and evidence suggests that cats were domesticated 2,000 years before Egypt's pharaohs built the pyramids. Once human populations began to settle down, sow seeds, and store crops, mice became the new threat. Cats are therefore a sensible pet to keep. Their light frames and agile bodies make them excellent small game hunters, and tiny rodents knew it was in their best interest to stay the hell away. Had nature been allowed to run its course, cats would still be feared by rats even today. But man-made nuclear fallout and radiation had a different plan in mind.
I appreciate the custom weather, but I can't see shit. Here we are.
That's it.
Oh, shush. You're gonna hang around me, you're gonna get comfy with me picking locks. Which is why I wanted to fucking bash a certain, like, companion's head in towards the end of a playthrough of mine. Because I'm pretty sure he was, like, on the borderline of just fucking being done with me completely. He's also known as the worst fucking companion to get full affinity with, so if I don't bother getting full affinity with him but everybody else, then you'll know why. Fuck that guy, seriously.
Unless you're gonna pitch in here, keep a distance.
Excuse me.
Looking to earn some caps? I could use a hand here if you're all done talking, you know.
Bless.
I could probably help. For a few caps extra.
I was gonna give you something anyway. 75 caps for your time?
We might be here a bit.
Not sure if I'm up for it. A couple more caps might change my mind, though.
Not gonna make this easy, are you? Alright, 100 caps then.
You want this pump fixed, right? Throw in a few more caps and you've got a deal.
Just had to push, didn't
You just had to push.
You want this pump fixed, right? Throw in
Just had to push, didn't you? 50 caps.
Oh god, am I gonna have to go for this dialogue every single time?
Okay, 125, but that's it. Any more and I'll just do it myself.
What do you need help with?
The pump isn't in top shape, but it should at least start. There must be some leaky connections flooding me out. Think you could fix them? The leaks will be underwater. Look for bubbles, and you should find them.
Alright, there's some kind of glitch that keeps skipping dialogue for whatever reason. Okay, looking for bubbles. Oh shit, I didn't realize I was taking on so many rads. Radical! Except not so radical once my hair starts falling out. Okay, that's one of them. That's two. And free. Radical!
Hey.
That's a ticket. You do the honors. Hit that switch on the end of the pump. That's done. Let's listen to her go. Wait a second. Did you hear that?
Shit, I'm running out of bullets.
What if I redirect the flow through here?
Hey there.
Mirelobes. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that started up. Anyway, I still got some tinkering to do on this thing. Shouldn't be too hard now, though. Thanks for pitching in. Here's a little something before you clear out.
am I having such performance issues? I don't like that noise. I just have to get used to fucking, getting fucking companions bitching about, like, me picking up stuff for fucking crafting purposes. Was never a fan of that. Fuck.
Do proceed carefully here. I
The amount of not giving a shit that dog meat just fucking demonstrated is amusing.
very dark here, Mum. Watch your step.
Be okay, consort, don't worry.
through.
I feel like reading whatever that was. Jesus. Fucking sack of shit. Teach that fucker to come up on me.
Would not
There we go.
believe how this place sets off my cleaning senses.
Oh, trust me, I believe it.
Got it.
I'll show you disappearing lab. Just come around the corner. Your brain's from your fucking head.
What the fuck was that? Shut the fuck up a second. I hear something.
Didn't do it on purpose, Codsworth. He got in the way. Sometimes in areas there's cute little bears that have fucking shit going on. It's amusing. Did I fuck up again? Trick question. Of course I did. Or would that be a rhetorical question? Make sure I'm wearing all leather. Yep. I'd say so.
It's sad this level of technology is like a lost art.
Thought it was bladed for a moment. Two 200 years ago, I never would have thought this amount of repetitive dialogue would be possible. I don't know. I like the NPC dialogue, but damn if it doesn't get repetitive after a while. Or companion dialogue, I mean. That's one of the reasons why I like Dogme. He never talks. And then woof woof.
That's it.
'Don't be fucking selfish. This asshole's just leaving bones around, perfectly wasting good bones. Like that stupid fucking meme where it's like, I can't remember exactly how it goes, but just assume it's something like this. And I can't imagine, like, being pregnant with a child. It's like that fucker living under me for like 9 months and then stealing bones out from under me. That's some motherfucker. Something like that. Some stupid shit like that.
The Boston Bugle was a fairly young newspaper compared to others throughout pre-war America. It was founded roughly 50 years before the bombs fell in 2027 and kept trumpeting the truth for over half a century before it was wiped off the face of the world. While the Bugle may be no more today, its presence is still felt in the Commonwealth through its scattered newspapers that tell us of how society used to be. The next time you, use the Bugle, take the time to read through its articles before soiling the pages. It was one of the few papers to employ journalists who were not afraid of the truth. Buster Connolly, Tim Stahl, and especially Mags Vecchio. If only more Americans had their courage and integrity, I wouldn't be recording these tapes today. If you don't believe me, find the Boston Bugle building downtown and find some of the articles they left behind. I'm sure you'll find them enlightening.
And what a perfectly wasted tibia. Actually, I think I can drop the minigun. I already have one at home. Mom, I want a minigun. We have a minigun at home. Minigun at home. Wow, people there are not very happy. I can't imagine what has them so unhappy.
Yes.
What's all this? Not this time. Picking up hostile life signs. Oh, I was just getting warmed up. Oh my, the dust! Really, does no one believe in proper lighting anymore?
Nice.
Well, it's better than nothing. Make sure I didn't miss anything.
There's a use to that. I'll leave my hat.
There's plenty of use for an upper skull. Half. Oh yeah, don't you know some people have upper skulls and lower skulls? Greedy bastards, a lot of them.
You would not believe how this place sets off my cleaning senses. Someone went through a great deal of trouble to fortify this place.
You could at least boil the leather. Boil the leather? Yeah, boil the leather. You never done that before? No. You don't understand. People don't recommend operating systems to people in regular conversation. People do. It's called Linux users.
Here for work?
Look, I try picking melons. Meow.
Any luck finding that locket?
I've got that locket back for you.
Are you serious? That's great news. She's gonna be speechless. I'm sure she'll go lean on her prices after what you've done. And feel free to use our workshop. Least we can do.
Thanks again. The cat's having a little trouble. Hold on. I'm not gonna lie, some of this is such a mess that it's actually harder to navigate. Oof. Corn! Corn! Of all the things to have in there, corn is one of them. Nice. How am I supposed to provide food if everyone's too fucking stupid to actually, like, go to the thing that provides food? Ate shit into the air. That's a steep increase in happiness.
Smashing. Look out, there we come.
Oh, we're coming, alright. Coming downtown to kick your right now. Fast travel to selected location? Yes. Oh, yes. Well, he fine. Goodbye.
Mr. Gutsy is a militarized variant of General Atomics' ubiquitous Mr. Handy, and was commissioned by the United States Army in 2077. The pressing need for more firepower on all the fronts of the Sino-American War resulted in the conversion of a prolific worker into one of the most lethal combat robots ever designed. The combination of a small, heavily armored body, eyes on articulated arms, at every range, making an adversary not to be taken lightly. Not then, and certainly not now. Most Mr. Gutsies encountered in the wasteland are permanently hostile, due to a quirk of the underlying programming that defaults it to patrol mode in case it cannot connect to Central Command. The colorful Sergeant Major personality is an aesthetic touch, though the Gutsy's proclivity toward shouting insults at the enemy is a weakness, allowing combatants to locate it with ease. The loadout of the Gutsy makes it a prized robot for scavengers and organized factions, such as the Gunners. Mr. Gutsy is a militarized variant of General Atomics' ubiquitous Mr. Handy, and was commissioned by the United States Army in 2077. The pressing need for more firepower on all the fronts of the Sino-American War resulted in the conversion of a prolific worker into one of the most lethal combat robots ever designed. A combination of a small, heavily armored body, eyes on articulated arms, up to 3 independently targeted weapons for use at every range, making an adversary not to be taken lightly. Not then. Not now. Most Mr. Gutsies encountered in the wasteland are permanently hostile, due to a quirk of the underlying programming that defaults it to patrol mode in case it cannot connect to Central Command. The colorful Sergeant Major personality is an aesthetic touch, Though the Gutsy's proclivity toward shouting insults at the enemy is a weakness, allowing combatants to locate it with ease. The loadout of the Gutsy makes it a prized robot for scavengers and organized factions, such as the Gunners.
What do you want? We don't need any more trouble around here.
If I told you I'm with the Minutemen, would you still want to shoot me?
You're with the Minutemen? I didn't really think you fellas still existed. We sent word with one of them passing traders, but honestly, I never expected anything to come of it. Most people don't put much stock in the Minutemen these days, after Quincy. Bad business, that.
We're rebuilding the Minutemen from the ground up. We're the good guys again.
Glad to hear it. No question that things have been worse since the Minutemen fell to pieces. There's a raider gang that's been giving us trouble for weeks, stealing food and supplies, threatening to kill us all if we don't pony up. We know where they're coming from, but we can't go up against a gang like that.
Don't worry. I'll take care of those raiders for you.
Thanks, friend. If you folks are for real this time, it'll be a welcome change for the better.
Oh, no choice but to go over yonder. I don't want to run because it expends more energy.
Comes to hauling large cargo long distances, there's no better option than the humble train. It might seem antiquated in a world of fusion-powered cars, atomic airplanes, and ships. Nothing beats experience and economy. Dollars per pound, trains are the cheapest option for transportation, especially in a resource-starved world. The United States recognized this and invested heavily in maintaining the infrastructure and the trains themselves. The development of new locomotives to pull the carts around. The Republic out west recognized their utility and invested heavily in making the railways usable again. Prisoners took their freedom by working on these, blasting obstacles to narrow the trains out of the way. Explosives, however, eludes me still.
Ghouls, I swear. Nobody likes ghouls. One of the things I like about the ghouls in this game is they're much more frantic, as they should be. What are you looking at, hon? This? Was that it? I don't understand dog meat sometimes.
Ghouls already lead a hard life in the wasteland, beset by prejudice from all sides. As if that wasn't enough, they can become feral, degenerating into a wild animal kept alive by radiation, interested only in slaughter and gorging itself on whatever it manages to kill. It's a fate worse than death. Why ghouls go feral is still not entirely understood. You'd think that after 2 centuries, we would know what causes it, so we could come up with a solution. Our best guess is that exposure to intense levels of ionizing radiation or other environmental factors cause a rapid degeneration of higher brain functions and regression into a primal feral state.
Over here. Wait there. Come on.
I looked at the recording window and I'm seeing less than favorable fucking frames. I don't know if that's popping up on the recording, but it's running perfectly smoothly for me.
There's no time. Good luck, A9. 10, 9, 8, 7. No! No! No. I'm not going back. I can't. I won't.
Perhaps the ultimate in utility vehicles, the Chrysler's multi-purpose utility vehicle system was manufactured under their Corvega brand. It had little to do with the massive family cars prowling the streets of pre-war America, though. This was the workhorse to their racing steeds, with a variety of attachments designed for its powerful arms and a reliable tracked chassis, giving it excellent traction and all-terrain capability. Small wonder it was soon called the Mega Loader. Catchy name compared to its cumbersome formal one. Perhaps the ultimate in utility vehicles, the Chrysler's multi-purpose utility vehicle system was manufactured under their Corvega brand. A classic bolt-action rifle favored by the American hunter long since before the Great War. A combination of ruggedness, firepower, and accuracy makes it a popular choice among hunters and soldiers long after the war ended. Blessed with the ability to be rechambered in a variety of calibers and mounted with high-tech recon scopes for tracking targets at range. It's a welcomed addition to any arsenal. New Hampshire and Massachusetts, or NH&M for short, was the premier freight and shipping company throughout the Commonwealth. They shipped everything from retail goods and vehicles to military material like power armor, food rations, and medical supplies. The infrastructure weathered the centuries well, as did most of the trains stopped dead in their tracks by the electromagnetic pulse or their conductors.
Hey there.
Thanks for the help.
Perfect.
Surprised to see anyone reading a book anymore.
Well, that's really a book. Or like a magazine, but okay. He locked himself in here with the Wonder Glue. That's selfish peach. That's it. I had a stroke trying to say that. What the fuck?
Wadsworth.
Here we are.
Oh, nothing.
All right then.
Nice.
Jeez.
That's it.
That had no time.
I'll tell you one thing, I need a break. Holy shit. That was quite a recording session. Sorry I didn't, like, talk, like, much at all. But, you know how it be. Good night.